Alrighty. Looks like we're live. Looking good so far. Whew. And hello everyone, Nerui here. Welcome back. I do believe it is finally time for the last trial in the first Phoenix Wright game. Yeah, we've definitely come a good distance in this game and been through all the trials and tribulations. every last turnabout so far.
And I've been accused of murdering myself. And also defending myself from defending my dead self.
So, yeah. Tonight should be the our final run with the very first Phoenix Wright game. And which means after that, there's a good chance we'll end up switching gears to get a little something different to space things out. Because as much as I love the Phoenix Wright series, I also don't want to get burned out on it. So, I'd say it's high time for us to get in and get this final trial underway. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if...
Scorpio, who is this?
Give me a sec. I have not opened that yet.
Sadness. You're not ready.
Good shame.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
This is part 6, correct? So, this is Edgeworth.
Ah. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't officially been charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Showtime.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? AOG, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that one.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be, granted a request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Hi, nickname.
Oh, I'm here for.
It's the final trial. Of course, the character in this case is the defendant. Of course, you're gonna have some lines.
Oh, yes.
You never know with these type of games.
What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. In February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman.
She is really desperate to keep clinging to this, but we're not gonna let her do that, are we?
I mean, I don't know. I just confessed to murder. In the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana!
Objection!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim aim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. But it has sufficiently proven it is the testimony and circumstantial evidence. I'd like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. That request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut?
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye.
Damn.
The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gaunt? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words, boy. Mark my words.
Okay, that is not even a thinly veiled threat. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
Susan Scorpio.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Bootman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
I was waiting at my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin cross-examination.
Hold it!
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gaunt and Miss Guy used to be quite a pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk. I'd dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lena promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
Someone's sounding a bit tired.
Indeed.
Someone is a sleepy bean.
Indeed.
Hold it!
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
So when he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
Wait,
There was a
how
lot
did
of
we get in
noise
there? We
coming
didn't need
from
a code?
outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Oh, it's supposed to enter that part then.
Hold it!
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was supposed to run after dark.
When Garg grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But
Hold it!
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
What?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left me an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodwin. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the times, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
Picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
Objection!
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added a statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Hold it!
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I could still see it now whenever I closed my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it. I swear, I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted on an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man.
Hold it!
That must have been a real shock.
He Even now, when I close my eyes, I could still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was put aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
Should we check evidence? Because remember, you have a list too.
That's exactly what I'm thinking of showing. Specifically, this.
Oh.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
And this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
I know, but, Ah! What's this?
Yes, what is that?
That's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecuting in charge should have access to that list.
Oh. These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists together to form one. You see them up here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What?!
Order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman had to be in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
You alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, it's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
Oh no! The police badger.
That thing. The thing while I was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Very well, witness. Suppose that could be the jar. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
This is...
Did she draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock, I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
Hush.
So, at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. That's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean, you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
Objection!
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here!
Anyway, this picture.
Hold it!
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives.
Objection!
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulate her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not! I better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
You're right. There's something that's bothering you about the picture.
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet... There's clearly a contradiction here.
What's being held? You know, in the hand, that doesn't look like any knife I would see.
This feels like an opportunity to... Yeah.
If she's drawing what she's seen, that's flat. That has a flat end. A knife would be angled more like a point, but...
So, thinking of trying the switchblade knife, because it would have still been whole at the time it was being used to stab.
Wait. No, but she said she drew exactly what she saw, but remember, the piece inside broke, supposedly. But it still have the point.
Exactly. So?
But the image is flat.
Objection!
And that's a no on that one.
Let's see. Big 3, Pokemon, Big 4, Former. Up against. Ask about the picture, present the evidence list. Oh, I have it.
What is it?
Looking at the lovely walkthrough, it's the autopsy report.
The goddamn autopsy report.
Because it says that he was stabbed once, and the tip was broken in on the inside, but there's no reason that, looking at the knife would be flat and be in stab again.
Ah. that would make sense. So, right. So
we were on the right path, but the wrong piece.
Objection!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it, just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken, too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside of the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah!
Order. I was saying the investigation really was corrupted.
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. So please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
The picture.
Take that!
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture at the awards ceremony. Ah!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding.
Oh, wait.
Use on
That's-
Scorpio.
A broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife that we saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order.
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given the broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
Objection!
But that can't be! Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Oh, that did not come out right.
Roscoe was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember that. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it?
Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
Here's a list. Along with that picture scribbled on the back.
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
Right. The list wasn't torn in half. At the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting.
It was Sonic who killed them all along. Actually, no, that's a hedgehog, isn't it?
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly the most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin the cross-examination. Nickname, Bite. And of
God damn it,
course, nickname's away.
No, I was, yes, but I came back. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further.
Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this, I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
And it's too late to apologize?
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
If need be, tase her ass.
Oh, you wouldn't tase me. You don't have the guts. Ah,
I
you
saw the
wouldn't do
man
it.
raise his knife.
Hold it!
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you,
Hold it!
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
Oh, I think I'm gathering now why Lana's trying not to have this revealed. Emma helped assist in the killing of the prosecutor by accident.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When and that dark guy knocked me down. All I could think was, I've gotta help that other person.
What do you mean, you think?
Because all that happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly what I did. It's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
Are you sure about this?
Oh, see? I even drew a picture of it here.
But it was the chiefs above detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had a nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Yeah, look, where in the room did you see him dancing?
His shadow? So, you mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please, tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really?
We all know what it is.
The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright.
In this room, you say? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike.
Take that!
The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this.
But that, what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, What if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint.
I got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah, you had it there for a moment. You gotta rotate it to the left.
Can you turn around real quick? It looks like... Turn around. Yeah.
Take that!
Other one.
Oh, wrong button.
Oh.
I hit the wrong button.
Objection!
Okay, let's try this again and make sure I hit the right button.
Yeah. I assume that one part is part of the face. Although that does look like it. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Take that!
Close enough, at least. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be!
Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
Think we know what it is.
But still, just to be safe.
The boss nickname all along.
I mean, I think we already knew that, and I've been using this so many times. It's about time I actually did it.
Because I want to double check to make sure I'm remembering this correctly. Oh, definitely, yeah. I do believe I'm remembering this correctly. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Well,
The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
Objection!
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Objection!
Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Objection!
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
Choose on scroll.
I dap it! Unless it didn't pick up.
Suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility. Yes, they murdered someone.
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall,
Dun dun dun.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
Really dramatic there, Scorpio.
I'm not going to scream and get the police called at my location.
I mean, he's tired. What do you expect, nickname? Of course he can't actually yell.
Yeah, fair enough.
I never
a sleeping
imagined her
sleepy being.
testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. That is unprecedented.
What? What are you saying? I was there.
No, you weren't. You were watching me out.
I was actually there. Give me a thing.
I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances...
No dog murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding about what Emma did, isn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. You hope to have anyone believe in your insane allegation. I'm afraid you're gonna have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Again, I really wish this case would have been done in the Phoenix Wright anime because, when we get to this part, and especially with some really good VAs putting their all into it.
Yes.
Still hoping that at one point we get an OVA with this case. Because this case deserves that treatment. Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it would certainly would be difficult to do this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in there. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
So, someone give Maya a call.
Fine, I will
Maya's
call
too
myself
busy
up.
but Maya's too busy committing murder.
Yeah, we certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Phoenix, you know goddamn well you can get dead people to testify.
I mean, you got a parent to testify.
Is it wrong? I just wanted, like, Mia or Maya as the ghost and be like, what was that, Phoenix? You know her ghost comes to him.
Mm-hmm. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
You gotta admit, when Phoenix and Edgeworth are working together to get to the truth, they are an unstoppable pair.
Right, they are.
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left for you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright.
Oh, she's a
You
murderer.
stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
I don't think that technically that's murder. I
Do
think
not,
that'd be involent.
do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
This is the message left by the deceased.
That is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's the line here, dropping blood.
So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so! All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No!
Mr. Wright. What kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
Oh.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye.
See, Worthy, can't say I didn't warn you, old chap.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done now, good sir?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. God. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case. Were you not worthy? Yes, worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death.
If he was a serial killer, I don't think innocence technically would be called there.
But
Yeah.
he's innocent of this one, so that's a fact.
But yeah, far from innocent.
Not only that, but you used forged evidence. Good lord, to ensure this conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important.
I beg to differ.
Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice?
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Order!
And Gant just played the crowd like a gosh darn fiddle.
Oh, are they ever fun to play with? Just pluck a few strings here and there, and oh my, they make such a symphony, don't they?
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
We're heading to Pound Town, dear lads.
And guess what? We still have a lot to go in for this one specific case.
Mm-hmm.
Well, nickname, you murdered another one. Dear God, good lad.
And this one, he actually did murder someone.
But he killed all the other ones too. He just forged the evidence.
And I got away with it too.
Indeed.
Not with this case, because we're the meddling kids.
Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Seeing Gumshoe always puts a smile on my face.
Puts a smile on my face too, miss. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
It's got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all while on duty. And top it all off, you call me here, I've seen happier people's funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again?
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Yeah, they asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law. Really?
Chief Prosecutor want me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Doesn't look like that book will do any good now, though.
No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. And Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Mm-hmm. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's attention.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat. Despite all these allegations being thrown at me.
Mr. Edward.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this false evidence you were unaware of. Emma Scott found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman.
Huh?
She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter
Over
what
your
it takes.
authority.
This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
And it'll hurt more by the end of this. Just to see.
I mean, we're dealing with a final case here. It is it is never going to be painless.
Yes, indeed. As I said, over your dead body. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, him.
Ooh, Phoenix and Edgeworth. Getting ready to go to ride into battle.
Normally, this is where the prosecution calls for witness. But, him, court. This isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. Just that you see everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
a solution.
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
Or war, but that's not precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer.
Well, of course, talking about the officer after the right. Oh, not me.
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. Alright. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. I know he's in the middle of Pilates, but he has to get here.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation!
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Well, please, Mr. Gaunt. Fine. My name is Damon Gaunt. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with that grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave, or very, very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Oh, he is ballsy, making some very thinly veiled threats while he's on the stand.
I am friends with the judge. He will ignore what I say.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. Chief of Police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neo and I were questioning him that to make a long story short, he slipped up. But power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with poetry. So that when Doc was arrested, he was lying on the floor, unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, seems Doc bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Yeah. I'm trying to remember if this is one of those ones where I don't have the luxury to actually press everything.
Let's see.
Because there are some instances of cases where basically if you try and press, they're going to penalize you. So you have to go right, either press the right one or go right for the jugular.
Yeah.
Click too fast. Well, one thing we can always do.
Hey.
I'm also looking to see if you do get penalized.
Because, yeah.
It doesn't look like it.
Well, we'll find out. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up and ready to go. That's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for her.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Doc made it to the elevator first. Renee and I split up. He went upstairs, and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. I got the shock of my life. Well, I already know the shock the deal was when that knife went through his thoughts.
That's not funny.
It's deliciously funny for me.
Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking start. Neo and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Doc was also...
Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor.
Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, he must have already known what her sister had done.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying, good sir. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record.
Were they? Always the smooth talker, aren't you?
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Anna did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to that incident.
Oh, you'll never find what links me to this. But there's nothing to link me to.
Off the top of my head, I can think of two possible items that
Oh. Yeah, that, fabric.
yeah, and the vase.
Oh, we already got the name off of that, so I
But
think
remember,
that was the end of
the,
that one.
the final fragment was found in Chief Gant's safe.
Oh, yes, it was, wasn't it? Hmm.
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Oh, explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered inside your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Ho ho. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Oh, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know, good chap. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Rector?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment in a list? For all I know, you could have had planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after the doc was convicted when, well, then they were. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today as well, you know. Alright, Audrey, in return though, I know that place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic?
Yes, we are.
I'd appreciate if you would stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What?
Oh no.
I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped.
Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Wright Ace prints are found. Yes, they're found inside my safe. They would prove this investigation was illegal.
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
Don't make me repossess your kneecap, boy.
What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
Objection!
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, Rocco. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not, after all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it would have suddenly materialized the day after Doc was sentenced.
Objection!
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
No, Righto. think about it.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible, Mr. Marshall's unfortunate enough, was Emma Sky, so she is a murderer, I suppose. Well, now do you see?
Really, Chief can't. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this exact benefit I received?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one, boy.
Huh?
Do you really think I am that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief, boy. The resolution of SO9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Gah!
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed out.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now, I suppose. Ajay, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? But by all means, please do.
Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Tita from Quran, not from Tita. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
I assume he probably does have a chance.
True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
You would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, you would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that Piper Chief's formidable appearance? He plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Judge, you're
Never
something.
change.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Right home, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid what else did he prove this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless... that is also what happened in this instance.
This incident, which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about... the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Were they? You better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That, impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? A chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder.
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then.
And saving now, just in case, because they don't let you save when they put the thing up to bring up the evidence.
Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Shows us evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
I do believe.
Take that!
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine on the owner of yesterday. 777-7777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
You can't prove it. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, the rush when that music starts playing.
Aha! For once it wasn't me, it was horse!
This is lies and slander. Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulation.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it. You went to the evidence room on the day of the crime, no less. What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days. Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? Trial's purpose to determine Lon Sky's guilt.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
I do believe this. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police.
Yes, you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
Need to.
Yes. Transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait. Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. Could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body!
No! Chief Gant, if you didn't...
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you take this here dead body to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue, just taking up space.
Chief, I moved the ball here. Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
The screw? Yeah, oh, I see how he did it now.
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Clifton's body carrying the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order, what's going on here? There's no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations.
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something, anything. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Rado, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney, general after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection!
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier. That police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right for you to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So you're going to just run away after all this?
A runaway. Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? If you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had long disposed of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor.
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body?
Do I have any concrete proof? I'm feeling this one. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See ya, G. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, right home. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Urgy, I'll leave the rest to you, good lord. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Objection!
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth? Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness actually exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
The officer! The defendant, Miss Long Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now open to take its final recess for today. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in I'm assuming this will be a nickname.
Is
God
that
damn it,
me?
I'm muted. This is Gant.
Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be a terrible consequences for you and your sister. That's alright. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway. Right. Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Doodles! Okay. There's not any further objections?
I find it's always surprising that they are putting so much faith in Damon Gant because of the virtue he's the chief of police, when just a few months earlier they had another one of those supposedly inassailable pillars be exposed for being a corrupt murderer.
And I was not a corrupt murderer.
No, what gets me is the fact that he could come back in and go, Lana, I know you will do the right thing and basically not support this. If you do, we'll throw the book at your sister. Something to think about. Well, off to lunch. And no one claims that, or doesn't point out that, technically is blackmail.
No, he's not, you foolish man. It is a correct thing, as Ivan Karma states. He is perfectly innocent, just like I am. This court is now in recess, I suppose.
Yeah, he has definitely gotten very ballsy and has gotten way too used to getting his way and getting what he wants.
Of course, I get what my way is the way of truth.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
He's got something else. He's something else, hey, Val.
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean... Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of mood now. Chief Gaunt's done it again. Knows that he always gets the upper hand.
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said?
But Chief, that's right to be casually involved. Certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too?
Emma! Are you okay?
Ah, our resident murderer.
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
Oh, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What I mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now, even though you are a murderer. You want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Oh, you better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait?
No, I'm going with you.
Huh?
I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
And we are halfway there. We're a little more than halfway.
Whew, what I say? Anyone, like I said, just do a little potty break or something?
Yeah, I was gonna request if I could do a 5-minute break, maybe start some coffee, or maybe
Yeah.
wash an apple, get some
I mean,
water.
I've kind of had to go. I've kind of had to go potty myself since we started since before we started the trial ladder 1. So yeah, I'd say this is a good spot to take 5. Go potty if you need to. Refresh your drink if you need to, maybe even get a snack or something because whoo,
Yeah.
we are
Oh, boy.
not done
Definitely.
yet.
No, we
you're not.
are not.
So, take 5, everyone. We'll be back at about 25 5 after it, give or take, assuming everyone gets bleh, words.
Well,
Okay.
it'll probably be 5 after for us, and then whatever it is, Newfoundland time.
5 minutes from now, it'll be 9:56.
Well, yeah, the minute just turned over, so well,
Yeah.
5 after, closer to the half hour mark. So we
Half
will
hour on the
we will be back shortly, everyone.
Indeed.
But yeah, I need to go now because I want to actually make it to the potty.
Yeah, I need to go to the bathroom too, actually.
And I seem to have made it just in time for the deadline.
Nice.
Yeah, I see. Obviously, you're back.
Yes, I went and got them a cheese ball out of the fridge.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, my potential snack options are a bit low. I might need to do some grocery shopping in the next day or two.
Ah, gotcha.
I do have some peanut butter pretzels though.
Ew.
Those are always good.
Nice and duty.
I mean, I could have tried to make myself a sandwich, but as we learned from dealing with MT, making a sandwich is a dangerous thing when it comes to keeping on time.
Most indeed. Oh well, at least I got a nice something to at least snack on. Although I did end up skipping supper, but at least it'll get me something in the gullet.
Yeah, I'll probably make my sandwich after we're done.
And I have it come back. I have coffee started. I could probably let it sit until we get to the conclusion of this.
Oh well, at least I also got one of my ciders out. Got a nice, lovely apple cider to enjoy.
Yeah, that means we just need to worry about Nickname being back.
And Nickname is never seen again.
Well, that could provide a problem since we're going to be taking Emma to the stand, not Emma, to Lana to the stand.
Indeed.
But in the meantime, time to enjoy some yummy peanut butter pretzels.
Indeed, enough time to enjoy some cheese ball. Good stuff, especially on crackers. You ever had it before? It's something you make yourself. A cheese ball.
Like the poofy cheese balls, or like a literal ball of cheese?
Well, so it's a mixture of shredded cheese, cream cheese, relish, and I think a few other things. It's more like a spread that you put on crackers. It's a pretty solid combo. Oh, and flakes of ham. There we go.
Though I'm not sure how I feel about relish.
I mean, it's only a little bit in there now. It's more or less just add a tiny bit
flavor.
to it. Yeah.
Oh, that's what I figured. I figured it could be good.
Interesting.
I mean, if you want, I can take a picture of it. One second, let me connect my phone to the internet.
I do love a good
throw
peanut
it in
butter
the
pretzel.
listening bit. Nice. Where should I connect it to? You know what? I'll do live stream since we're in live stream at the moment. Boop.
And it did sound like we do have a nickname back, so that means we can also. Interesting.
Nice. Yeah, it's a nice little spread.
Very interesting.
Like I said, it's very tasty. And Mama Orst made sure to dupe a bunch of it before they headed off. They're into my sisters are now until Thursday. So yet again, I am once more looking after the house.
Yeah.
Which is why I was feeding the horde earlier on.
Yeah, without knowing that this is a cheese spread, at first glance, you might, from a distance, someone might say this looks a little like hummus.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it might be a way to look at it. But like I said, it's the combination of the flakes of ham, the cream cheese, and the shredded cheese. Like I said, with a little tiny bit of relish in there.
Hmm.
And then you just throw a mixer at it. So that's why it looks like that, because it's blended up.
Hmm. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, might be something to consider with when I do my next round of grocery shopping.
I mean, like I said, it's pretty cheap on what you put into it. So, like I said, you make a nice snack out of it. I mean, I'm only using like a little stack of crackers. And you saw my my little container there now that I got my cider into. That's a thing to help keep the drink to stay colder for longer.
I wonder if you could alternatively mix like tuna into it to make it like a spread for like a more cheesy tuna salad.
Good question. I do not know the answer to that. I am not sufficiently gifted in the culinary arts. Not like my mother. She knows her stuff. But again, so does my old man. I only know a little bit.
I can use a recipe.
Yeah, I think it's starting to show signs that some of us, that a number of us might be feeling a little peckish.
Why do you think I grabbed a brownie?
Unfortunately, I can't really eat proper because, well, with Phoenix and Edgeworth, I'm gonna be flapping my gums too often in order to be shoving food in there.
The fuck was that?
Speaking of which, we've got a trial to finish.
You gotta love it when you hear noises and then it's like your mind's going like, what the fuck is that?
That's just you.
Now then, order defendant Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand.
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you are aware of what is required of you.
Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath, so you want to hear the truth.
The whole truth. Of course. The truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with your mom.
I mean, in theory, if we're in a spot where she's going to tell the truth, if we might still have to pry it out of her, this is it. Because the biggest thing that was holding her tongue, well, we ripped that out and threw it into the light of day. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. And let's just say, despite what she's done, she was doing it under duress. She was being threatened. So, any sentence that she's going to get for her complacency is likely going to be reduced because of that coercion there.
But the thing is, now, the initial thing definitely sounds like she asked Gant for help.
The full
So
details?
that's probably gonna be weighing against her in the when she's getting judged. Also, hi MT. Glomps.
I've been accused of murder again.
And you committed murder again.
Yay!
What is the irony of MT popping in not too long after making a joke about him making a sandwich?
I think that's
Uh,
fitting.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. The only motivation was to get Dark convicted. Had nothing to do with that mess.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
I was not screaming from halfway across the room with my mic.
Yes, you were.
True, then that means Chief Gaunt has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
And of course, we're going to have to drag the truth out of her, kicking and screaming if we need to.
Try me, Rich.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She sacrificed herself because of me.
Yeah, but what if she's telling the truth?
She's
Well, she
not.
is
I
telling
know
the
my
truth.
own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
We have our...
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gaunt and Detective Sky were legendary partners. Both just all testified numerous cases.
Yeah, she must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia.
Damien Grant was a speculative detective, so that's why.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
Still don't get it, do you, Miss Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And...
Did you do so to help your sister?
Your Doc was a serial killer. My sister almost humans last week in that game. I did not want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
Mhm. That's not the point. You're traumatized that day. Oh, because of that. Very bad. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Oh no.
That's why you
that's
fabricated
why-
2 years ago.
You say you did this all by yourself.
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. Broken prosecutor ward. Knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Criticize all you want, but I'll never change them.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, I was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this was what everything boils down to.
Yes.
You planted the... Gotta love it when they speed by like that.
You planted the tip of the knife at the victim's body. You moved.
But why? Why would you do that?
You're all people should know Edgeworth. You always had a good head on your shoulder.
My head isn't that bad. But maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
The way that is, it was by Chief Gann's desk.
Well, but the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Sky moved the body.
This is an added statement.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't sure you were talking to me or someone else.
I was letting you know because during testimonies they add statements in that
The
wasn't part of
pieces of the jar shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Pieces of the jar. You mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime. I felt like it'd be more expedite into the body.
So... When you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it has been shattered to pieces. If you looked at that crime, it'd be clear right away what happened. The old marshal was dead and Doc was laying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I had a feeling there is more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction in here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
So, you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? I didn't do it, period.
That guy contradicts the bit of the earlier testimony where... And heck, we could even have Emma go up again, who, at this point, has basically fully accepted it.
Indeed, she knows she's a murderer.
Justifiable self-defense.
Technically, I think it would fall under
involuntary manslaughter, probably.
yeah.
Yeah. Fair, but still. There was no intent, it was just an unfortunate, tragic accident.
Unless we learn that Emma has a secret hatred for Neil for some arbitrary reason.
I mean, to be fair, they had this thing up where it could be seen.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened.
In any case, the prosecutor, what I did is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Don't be so quick to fall on your sword, Madam Prosecutor.
Mr. Wright, my sister is lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
Got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. And save. Because, yeah, again, you don't want to go into a long trial like this, end up blowing all of your chances, and then have to go back to the start.
To be fair, I think... I don't know if it's these games or maybe later games. There are checkpoints in the trials, so you don't end up having to do it over again. Or I think in Dual Destinies, they do checkpoint you, so you don't have to start the whole trial again. It's more closer to the point where you screwed up. If I'm remembering correctly. But like I said, I can't remember if it was for these games, if they changed it or not.
Yeah, think I'm on the right track with presenting the jar here?
I believe so, because the whole thing was the jar couldn't be proved if it was... Yep, it was the jar.
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered by Emma?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
Dun dun dun.
Glumps the bean.
I literally had a second.
Oh no, I was glumping the lore bean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you forget that we have 2 beans in the call.
Indeed, so glump indeed.
A contradiction in my testimony.
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
Right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yeah. Prosecutor must have written in this final memo.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which you're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Think I get where we're going with this.
Immediately noticed the blood trace. I was talking! I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar.
Bean.
But, okay, now you're doing it on purpose. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. Be safe, I wiped away that. That much was large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. God damn it. Keep a straight face.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't
Bean.
chief prosecutor at the time. God damn it.
Corp.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin cross-examination. Bean.
So, the jar was already broken.
Miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
Certainly looks as feasible as the defense's case at the moment.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You are an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Normally I would have. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out.
So, you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known,
Oh,
I would have
Stevie
gathered all
Bean.
the pieces and ground them to dust. Maybe a little, but not that much.
Well,
Sounds like you're pretty sleepy.
well, that helps my case.
Scorpio.
Lana, you to do that for me?
It seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I
Bean.
just barely had enough time to do the body as it was. God damn it.
If someone happened
It's so
upon
easy to trip up, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
if someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
Oh.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
Bean.
What else could I have done in that situation?
Scorpio.
Lana.
Bean.
I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather the piece.
You're like a teddy bear, just to like poke occasionally.
Fragments were large. Some
Remember, you don't need to worry about it once we're in the cross-examination minus added testimony.
Oh, I didn't know it
did.
was added and stuff. I wanted to be safe.
No worries.
And besides, I didn't need Orsk chewing on me. I only have so
Don't
much
worry,
body left.
I'm just trying to Pavlovian style condition you to read things.
Joke's on you, I already do.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Every now and then, I always carry. Oh, fuck! Even now, I always carry a pocket light with a camera.
You okay, nickname?
Bear with me.
Yeah, it might be pushing a little too much there.
Yeah. You sure you don't need to be in bed, my buddy?
Can I carry a bottle of emergency lumonial wherever?
What?
Listen to me!
I plead the fifth if not repeated what the fuck I said.
Someone clip that.
I admit to my mistake. I admit to my mistakes. I fucked up. You can admit to yours.
So basically, you're kind of reversing your usual roles there. This time, even though you're playing the younger sibling, you're actually syncing up with the older sibling this time round.
Indeed.
Oh, huh. I never missed anything. I got every last key.
I'll be right back. If anything with the judge popped up, it's probably gonna be something minor.
All I could think of that was...
So, you illegally rearranged the crime scene.
Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions.
I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
I guess I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
So now we can poke him.
Yeah, but I think I'd like to think we're all on the same page on where we need to go next. She's confident she got every last piece, but she missed one.
And we all know where that piece was.
A certain slimy chief of police saving some ammunition for one of his many weapons to make sure she stays in line.
Ah, yes, the dark side of the law.
Yeah, you see what? See why I was saying that in this first game we start to see the foundations of what leads to the dark age of the law. Because we're not going to be coming up on the dark age of the law until we reach game 5, but right now we've got some of the formative pillars of that coming to play there. The corruption of the prosecutor, the prosecutor's office with Von Karma. We've got the corruption of the police department with Gant. we've basically got two big pillars of the law system in this game, just basically being upturned with corruption at some of its highest levels. And like I said, in due time, we will see how that all comes to a head. But we got a fair bit to get through before we get to that part. Especially if we're going to be injecting a few other games in between each major game in the Wright series, I should say the Ace Attorney series, in order to keep things fresh.
Yes, there shall be no burnout.
Yeah, because I think that's one of the things that happened with me in Yakuza. I played 3 Yakuza games back to back, and by the time I got to Yakuza 3, I was starting to suffer some burnout on it.
Oh yeah, no. You probably want to, like, as much as you probably want to stick with, like, franchises and stuff, if anything, rotate between games as you go to stream them. Unless, you know, you're streaming different games and then you have different time slots.
Yeah.
Or, like, if it takes up the same stream time slot, and that's, like you're focusing on that one game, I'd say probably potentially try to rotate between 2.
So, yeah. At some point, I'm going to have to go back and pick up where I left off with Yakuza 3, but odds are it probably will be a good idea once I do get to resuming the Yakuza 3 and finishing it. Shift things up a bit before I go to Yakuza 4.
Yeah, like, say, finish Yakuza 3 and then rotate around, or if Yakuza has the same time slot as Ace Attorney, do a game of Ace Attorney, then Yakuza, then Ace Attorney, then, like, flip back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, Yakuza used to be a Friday stream, but then a mix of the burnout happening, and now Friday has kind of fallen into being Tokusatsu night.
No, that's entirely fair. Just
So-
trying to think of additional ideas to help.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Because, yeah, well, I'm going to take a look at some of my game library for things that I've both been streaming and want to stream. Because tomorrow we're going to finish Cyberpunk 2077, so that one's going to be wrapped up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you picked an ending to go for, or is that where you stopped?
It's Phantom Liberty we're doing.
Oh, okay. So have you beaten the main game?
Yep. Already beaten the main
Oh, okay.
game.
Oh, okay. Then I don't know anything about Phantom Liberty.
Mhm.
That's one that I keep looking at and going, I need to pick that up, and then I go and pick up other things instead.
Yeah, because, like I said, going down my list,
I'll
one
probably wait until it goes
yeah.
on sale.
Yeah. Let's see. One game I started a while back. I probably got to go back and re-watch the original stream so I can remember where I was at. I started but never finished Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, I know where you're with that one. You just got the trial thing.
Yep. There's a game I picked up that I want to try on stream. I tested it with Orsko not too long ago. It's a Souls-like game called The Last Hero of Nostalgia. It's got some interesting humor to it, and I enjoy it.
And remember, you did start playing through the remake.
Yes, I haven't gotten to that point in the list yet. There's also one game I really want to play, but that's one I want to get some resources for before I start playing it.
Ah, yes. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of prosecutors' office.
We can talk more about future games, later. Because I know or I know Orsk for sure is aware of it because it's one that we started watching a playthrough of with Orsk and Scorpio. Still haven't finished because we still need to finish watching the DLC of it, but I would love to play that on stream and just really get into it.
Indeed.
But like I said, I want to get the right resources for that. I want to do that one right.
Indeed.
Predictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
Bean.
You done?
Bean.
What?
That line, it was so easy to be mistaken of that not being a line read and being authentic.
Yep, I know. I set it up for that. Bean.
It's not even my turn.
Oh, the GM's getting cheeky again.
What? You're the jellyfish on the beach. You know, you just have to poke with a stick. Poke, poke, poke.
I can breathe.
Do you remember that this is also the one that can also have a giant tentacle come out and send you flying?
True.
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
Chief? How?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed the piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ah, can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Guard at the time he was looking for dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years?
Oh.
Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
I actually got a little breakdown from the judge. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet.
Oh, you! No, I did it on my own.
Poke the jellyfish.
Octopus, squid.
Poke the aquatic creature.
I will accept this answer. And why are you poking me when Scorpio is a slowpoke?
Please,
I know.
sis, stop trying to protect the chief. Because it's fun to poke the octo.
You always poke the fox.
Did nothing wrong. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone.
Bean.
What? Don't believe anything or says. That's what it says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies defendant life.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess we do sting the type who likes to food.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right?
Scorpio.
So, do you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more.
Bean.
What?
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well.
Bean.
I'll testify about what I really said.
Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impalement in the suit of armor's sword. Emma and Doc were lying unconscious on the floor nearby.
Oh,
When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. Aww. So I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Chief can't help me remove the body from the sword and care. But if all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
unbelievable. Body was impaled on the armor sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof.
She did mention she had a camera.
I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
Hmm.
Picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Anna must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
You never examined the book.
I did, but it only gave the rules.
Oh. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Anna said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Oh.
We got two things from her.
Well, I guess we must check them both then and do elimination.
Like I said, I think it's the book. There we go. Like I said, we never physically examined it before.
That's the thing we did, but when we examined it, it just gave us the rules of evidence law.
You open it?
Where we look at the same.
Oh, wait.
I did see it highlighted when you looked at the back of it.
Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
Okay.
Oh, that is me. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted criminal affairs only after I rearranged everything.
Mr. Wright! The piece cut out from his vest, could that be...
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this?
Oh...
Mm-hmm.
This is a handprint, isn't it? That claw, it had fingerprints on it. Whose ever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Oh.
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. And I assume that he probably cut that out so he can then have Emma's unconscious hand pressed into it.
But remember, if she possibly pushed...
Bean. I'm now a J. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Dogs. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Honestly, with that fit, I would believe that is a villain for the game.
I am no villain, good sir.
I'm
I'm
afraid
a
it's
law-abiding
too late for
citizen.
that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statement.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yeah, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Ripo? Why, have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, alright? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Having conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
I show that piece of evidence now. Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the board of inquiry. But of course, we know who did it all along. Your MP.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? I want to show who really killed Prosecutor Marshall.
You want the answer, or do you want the time to think it over?
If I remember correctly, I believe the answer is cannot show evidence because...
Yeah, because it's fabricated evidence.
Or more so the fact, the second rule of rule of evidence law. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Here's the problem, too, with that line of thinking. That would have been the case, but the picture that Mr. Wright was given shows a picture of the piece of cloth cut out. And that piece of cloth was from Mr. Marshall's vest. So you can't use number 2 as the excuse in that line of thinking.
But it is cannot show, right?
Yeah, it's cannot show. Well.
Choose an empty. Also hugs. Lots of hugs.
So yeah,
That's
that's
Speed Work. This came back out in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
so yeah. So I guess the question is, do we show it, or is it that we cannot show it at this point in time? My gut, because again, it's been a while since I played this last. I don't remember exactly, but right now my gut is saying to the cannot show. And I did do this, and I do have that save, Your Honor. I don't have any evidence that I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie. Chief Gaunt. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. Like inconclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it, that's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Kent?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice something odd about the chest area. It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the goal, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. Scorpio.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. I made it look like Blaine lay with her sister. When she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
Then I tampered with the crime scene. I hid 2 pieces of evidence. That was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
How shall my plan will work? It's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? Or to take me for a fool, I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I had the most legible part of his name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood of all the pieces. Not all the pieces.
But if you fabricate all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So, you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to do that, but being chief and all, quite a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. We should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright, then let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Oh ho ho. You're slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, ho, 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 ho. You're really something, right? You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove the prosecutor Marshall to his death. Bean. Oop.
Bean is calling the Bean another monster. How could you, Bean?
I'm about to say, you done?
Bean.
How could you? You monster.
Miss Sky. Bean.
You done?
Bean.
You know whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like you really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
Bean.
I said this trial isn't over yet.
But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial. But your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant's convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cut your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into an egregious commercial.
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
I was not the murderer.
A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, The piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Is
My
badge.
attorney's badge.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is going underneath. Hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that is a cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
No, this is Patrick.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer.
No.
It's finally all over.
Ah, illusions.
Oh, that was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegation.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji. Earlier, old Wright here concealed that piece of cloth.
So then, what's your excuse, Rato? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence that I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. Lieutenant did refuse to present evidence.
He said at
At
that
that moment, that
time.
piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
Yes, but he said at that time. He didn't say he didn't have it.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you actually think you could be best mean poor? It looks like the last laughs on you, sonny boy.
I'm afraid Mr. Gaunt's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems at last. Time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
Still going to save just because. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean, you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago. No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No.
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant! The killer was you!
No.
He went insane.
I knew I should have gotten rid of you.
Him.
Of him.
He literally
That good
was,
for
he was clapping his hands so
scum.
fast that the capture card couldn't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, you were like literally dragging. It was like going so fast, like, yeah. It froze like every other frame.
It wasn't. It
Yeah.
was doing that more than just on the capture card. That was because that's not on a capture card. This is on my rig directly.
Yeah.
So yeah, he broke and freaked out. So he had such a big breakdown that it overwhelmed everything.
It's can't found that amusing.
That good for nothing scum. 2 years he's been snooping around at the park, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star and convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out. Please, you got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Drake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Oh shit! Did we have a Goodman?
Can you please... Oh, Goodman, nickname. Actually, no, MT.
Actually, that was more of a play by ear, and also one that was that we suggested I do. We other than play by ear.
Okay.
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He actually did have a speaking line.
He opened his evidence lock, and he was taking the evidence out, he said.
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SO9. But when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it out. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my little mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere. I guess I was just too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I am sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So you left. So you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Ajay. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Hunt. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. Sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Ajay. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong, I suppose. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Bean.
Pokes the bean.
Bugs, jellyfish.
I'm half tempted to just be quiet on this now. Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. Miss Charles, I'll tell her. All I've done these past 2 years. By the time my help can't help me forge evidence up until today.
So, seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My, what high standards you have for a rookie? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now you might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done very well, Mr. Edge.
Stop it. I only did my job.
This is where I wish I had the soundbite. Stop it. Get some help.
Bean.
That's you!
I know.
Oh.
In light of this case, seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Scott. Bean.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent of murder, however. Although Chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. Trial will be scheduled for those crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt this free with a heavy chain.
Well, this trial's gone on far too long already. Regarding charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. That is all. This court is adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
Oh dear god, it looks like they're doing another thing like they did with the credit sequence where each of the characters are gonna have a line they say. In that same style. Also, we have a slight situation.
Oh?
Well, Maya makes an appearance, but so does she. The one that uses the phrase Mystic Maya. I guarantee it's referencing them.
Oh. In other words, we need to do an emergency casting.
Yeah,
Huh?
they're having a voice of someone that's gonna be coming in second game. They don't say who it is, but yeah, I have a feeling it's them or it's someone.
We could have you
Problem is-
we could have you cover that character, Scorpio. So, at least to an extent, to have some degree of trying to avoid having a nickname talking to himself.
What?
Oh.
Like I wouldn't do that already.
And considering the relative positions of Maya and that character, the two of you are kind of already in a perfect position with your current role plays over in Redhurst to embody this.
Oh wait, is this
Yes,
the...
we always do siblings with each other.
Hey, I think I volunteered to be. Is this Pearl? I think her name is.
That's the thing. I think that's who it is. It's either someone else, that one bitch, or a Pearl.
I think I was
It's
Pearl. But if you wanna help me out, you can do that, or I can be Pearl. I can do a baby. I can do a
You
small
want to
voice.
talk to yourself?
Dude, you've seen how much I've talked to myself this playthrough. I'm used to it.
You do have me worried for your sanity.
Yes. All right. But basically, when it happens, it's gonna be Lana, Gumshoe, Beacons, Marshall, Angel, Judge, Maya, Mystery, Maya, Edgeworth, Bellboy, and then Emma.
Just say the names when each comes up.
All right. It'll probably, if it's the credit sequence, I could probably give a warning. But it's probably gonna be quick. But okay, that distraction. No, it's not that. Just know after the trial ended.
I can see why my faith thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. I'm proud of you.
You know, I did my best too. Atlanta didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around one booty.
This is the third time we've gone through this conversation.
And but after you call me here, I've seen happy people funerals. Hey, let up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh my god, they did the rule of 3 with Detective Gumshoe. That same one every single time he showed up. And that is, the rule of thirds is a comedy thing.
Yeah.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Or she's on.
No worries, I wanted to give you some time. Nope, not this time. I can be because of you, pal.
Scorpio.
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana?
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Hell, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, a college.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
They yes. It's the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. This. I just can't help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. And now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through this past 2 years. I didn't know how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared of what you look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I went back on you that day. I didn't want to believe to be the truth. I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. I'm so sorry.
Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Aww.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because, in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Confused.
Mate.
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, and I'm cutting your pay, Gumshoe. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding, come over here. We see you behind that couch.
Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
You, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yep, just gotta keep it together a little bit longer. We're in the home stretch now. Right, well, I'll be going now.
Mm-hmm. Miss Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for it. We were the ones who acted corrupt, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals, boy. I can feel it in you. You and me, what say? One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary. But I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? You've been granting your mentor, Manfred von Karma. Both the best of the best when it came to fighting. They both made the same mistake.
I made no mistake.
You said in order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. It may be true, but think back to the days. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone unnoticed. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Yeah, yes.
I'm Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
And that didn't just happen by chance, Miss Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Now kiss.
Farewell.
Bean.
Hmm? I better be going to.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
Since we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Yeah, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation.
First book I ever bought, but it will.
Sis, I will.
Oh, sounds like Scorpio's tired too.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I I start on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, Detective?
There's just a little man a bit resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
What?
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
This guy had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap.
Huh?
Way to go, Detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
Oh,
You think I could afford it? Well, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Ha ha!
Hey, if you were saying anything, we couldn't hear you.
Hmm?
The ha. We didn't hear the ha. Nay.
Just
Thank
continue.
you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Nickname, your line is going to be coming up after the big red objection. You're first.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. Following Lana is gonna be Gumshoe.
I arranged for a friend of mine Europe to take care of Emma. I hope you'll be pleased to near under a top coroner. As for me, these are perfectly much in my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I may find my way to field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there in the end, though. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what I said. That just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily.
It also goes to hear Gumshoe ain't doing it for the money.
Yeah, he's a good one.
Oh,
We get
yeah.
there.
Oh boy, Meekins, this is gonna be good.
Good luck.
Yep. Any moment now? My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to the security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though, something I'm going to make a detective. Yes, sir! Then I can be just like Dick Gumshoe.
Aww.
Marshall is going to be coming up next.
Okie dokie. Getting
Time
my
for
horses out of the
cake.
way early.
Well,
Time
you'll
for
have
cake.
probably more after Marshall. But they follow Angel.
Ooh. Blue Badger down, Blue Badger down.
Like I
Yes,
said,
making
I only
philosophy
know
from
the order
partner.
they're coming. They didn't say any other scene, they're just listing the speaking roles.
What is it? Can't see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner. Miss Star man sneaked this in and she's seeing one of the gods, it seems. Well, Cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back a smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get the water? I'm guessing yours.
Yep, Angel, then the judge.
Oh.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The wait out of my way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
Wow, that was amazing.
Yeah. The right way lunch. Clever.
I'll never forget without that young defense lawyer said at the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left. Anyway, he said he's been doing or something or another. How many years? Well, no, I've got another trial to get to, so I'll better go. Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
All right, it's Maya, the mystery, and Maya again.
And that's it.
Then it's Mr. Edgeworth and then Emma.
So none of mine got it. Sweet.
Yes, you're done, Orsk.
But I'm done after these.
Yes, you're done. Nays next,
Go.
and I'm finishing.
Nothing soothed the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spearman. Mystic Maya, afternoon train's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick.
Oh, I don't think Edgeworth speaks, but the bellboy comes back. Oh, dear God.
Why? You and that bellboy keep lingering.
We're a bad fart, okay? We always... I don't know where I was going with that.
Go to your room.
Gosh. Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Oh shit, I guess the last two are mine. God damn it. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Huh.
Oh? Terrible. And we have finished the game.
We've finished A Rise from the Ashes. And with that, all of the first Phoenix Wright game.
Yippee!
Which
Blom's
means...
empty.
I'm curious because the files say how long they've been open. With the total time and our most recent save, what is the playtime that it says we've done? If you were to look.
The most recent save, the last time we went and saved before one of those big questions in the Rise from the Ashes. Looks like 20 hours, 51 minutes, and 15 seconds.
I'll probably round that up to 21 hours.
Roughly 21 to maybe 21 and a half, maybe.
Yeah, 21 and change at the very least.
I mean, I think we're right on the market. I'm actually going to. I know I looked this up before.
And now there's the long process of figuring out who voices what in the next one.
Yeah.
I mean,
we'll
we
do-
are pretty much on the money. 21 hours. If we, yeah, around. You are likely to spend 23 hours to obtain 100% completion. So we didn't do 100% completion, I think, but I mean, we're still within the estimated range of how long did it go through the game.
So yeah, that was the very first game, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
So what's the next game?
The next game.
Next,
Let's take a little peek before, because the next one,
I think it's Trials and no,
Nope,
Justice for All.
Justice for All. So yeah, when we next return to this series, we'll be starting up a fresh run with the second game, Phoenix Wright Justice for All.
What's the third one?
Yeah.
Trials and Tribulations.
And that is the one with one of the best themes for the prosecutor out there.
Oh, is that the
Oh,
one with
that's
Fucked
not-
Up?
Yeah, that one's got it, I believe.
Godot.
Sweet. I'm looking forward to him.
Oh, I bet you are. I mean, even though we're nowhere near the game yet, you've already gone and pretty much reserved yourself to run Godot.
Well, I mean, I liked him in Turnabout, that little music video I shared with you guys. That was pretty good. So I wonder if you guys even remember that one at this time.
I think there was like a couple.
But yeah, we'll worry about that once we return to this series. Although now that this first game is done, we'll have to see about cycling something in between this and the next one just to keep things fresh. Because, as was mentioned earlier in the stream, I've definitely learned my lesson with Yakuza about burnout for a single series.
And to be fair, it's probably as well because you were also trying to grind, trying to come close to 100% in the most likely, and doing that for like 3 or 4 games in a row probably isn't helping.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah, again, on that note, at some point I do need to return to Yakuza and finish Yakuza 3, although I only have a single stream of 3 so far, so still got a lot to go there, but we'll figure things out. And I'll definitely do a bit better about spacing things out with getting through 4, 5, 6, like a dragon, Infinite Wealth, Ishin, and definitely Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. I want my Majima pirate game. So, when we come to this time next week, don't be surprised if we're playing a different game, because, again, spacing things out and keeping burnout from hitting. Which one will we play? That'll have to be a surprise. Mostly because we don't exactly know 100% what we're going to play. We have some options, but we don't know 100% yet. So,
Well,
But
we
hey, you gave away
could
the gambit. The
continue to
gambit was
finish
that
up
that it was supposed to be a
Dead
surprise.
Space.
I mean, it's still gonna be a surprise. Because
I mean, we also have,
let's not give away some of the options yet.
Okay.
We can talk about that once we wrap up the stream. Because
I mean, almost 5 hours for the final stream.
huh.
If this is us starting early.
No, we started actually a little bit late compared to normal.
Well, not that bad.
But yeah, especially considering that we're out since we're well past the usual cutoff point because we were too far in to stop, and we're probably going to be losing the bean before too much longer.
True. I mean, it sounds like we're gonna be losing both Bean and Scorpio because they're both pretty sleepy.
Nah, I'm pretty sure we could get the bean to sit down for Sakamoto. We know he wants to.
You are incorrigible, you lot.
Oh, come on! I even have it open on a separate tab, all ready to go the moment we end this stream.
Right, so I'll have to deal with these reprobates, so
Why are you grouping me in with them?
you're the one who's been teasing the bean the whole time.
God, all I was doing was just poking the jellyfish.
We also have to bring up the time that we dragged a Texan in here, and the Texan's still here.
Huggles.
He's probably not paying attention.
Right. So, thanks to everyone who joined the call. Scorpio, or nickname, always a pleasure. Glad to have you join the call for this one, MT.
Yay.
And thanks to everyone who came by to watch. I hope you had a good time with not just this stream, but this whole series. And look forward to more or later. But for now, y'all all have a good night. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.